the microphone is on. Welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Welcome and glad to have everyone on board today. And let's see, what is it? It's, what do they call it? 420. Vietnam veteran. Well, I'm not a Vietnam veteran, but I do like Vietnamese food. Does that count, CVET? Anyway, thank you for the welcomes there from saying hi to Sue, saying, I hear you. Cool. And thanks, Kevin. And let's see, who else we got in there? That said hi. One Fish 26 I see is there as well. Cool. Okay. Anyway, all good. Yep, it is the 20th of April of our wonderful 2023. And the day is actually turned into a relatively good day for me, so I'm kind of happy. Still have to go through a bunch of paperwork, but a pending job offer has been sent to me. So we may be back on working, which is really, really good, and I like to see that. I need to get back at it, get some cash flowing again, and make things happen. So we'll see what the job offer really entails after I go through the whole thing. It's mostly online and kind of extensive, so it's good news though. That is excellent news for me, and I really do enjoy that. And hope everything is good. And let's see. We will give the cookies to the first person in today. And congratulations to Henry. And there you go, Henry. And thanks. Yeah, I hope it works out too, Sharon. Thank you. And fingers crossed. Thanks, Sue. And yeah, it's actually a very, very good news for me, and hopefully everything will work out. Oh, I just about had an accident down at the corner. Oh, darn it. I heard the horn honk and the slam of the brakes. Guess somebody doesn't know what a yield sign means. Ah, well, the fun that we have here. Anyway, all good. Anyway, let's get at our wonderful stream for today. And yeah, volcano-wise, not a heck of a lot happening. I know I already failed to load a couple things because I was busy doing other things. So I did get your report there, Sue, and also the one from Cotopaxi, which I will load up while I'm chatting, so that way we can make sure that we get that in there as well. And just gotta find the right one to stick it into here, and I found it. All right, so we'll make sure we get that on board for our wonderful news as we get through it. As far as everything else is concerned, didn't see any super big shakers anywhere. At least not anything that came up and scared me or anything like that. I'm waiting for my software to catch up and actually put my earthquakes back on. My computer seems to be doing funky things today, so if the stream accidentally stops, hang in there and I will be rebooting. So, saying hi CPU usage all of a sudden, which is really bizarre because all I'm doing is opening up a screen. Buffering, okay. Yeah, I see that. It dropped there for a minute. Okay, it should be back to normal now, and let's make sure that everything is working. I don't know why all of a sudden it would do that on me, but I guess it is what it is, and we'll work with it. So I'm back now. Excellent. I guess it's all these darn advertisements that they put in these things. Everybody wants everything all at the same time. Maybe that is what the problem is. I tried to open 3 windows simultaneously here, and it doesn't work sometimes. I kind of have to shake my head. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, really nothing major for earthquakes, no really big ones, so that's all good. And let's see, Amelia is here as well. Welcome, Amelia. I'm going to say hi to everyone while I'm at it, so we'll start out with Amelia and say hi to Henry, who got the cookies. And Oz Brumby is here. Welcome, Oz, and Hermione and Fluffy, and Sue is here, and Mars 2028, and Grandma B is on board, and Kevin Haynes also here. Welcome, you guys. And welcome to Sharon Stewart. Did I say Grandma B? I think I did. And going up the list here, looking for others that are hiding in between. Welcome OneFish26 and CVet 69. Welcome. And going up a little bit more, looking for. We got Kevin Haynes there already. Okay. Scrolling up. Epically Epic is in the house, and that is epic. Welcome. And who else we got on board here? I'm trying to scroll quickly. I know I did see Philomena is in. Welcome, Philomena. Lizoid is also here. Storm Chaser 1211, welcome. And Tom and Pepper are here as well. And let's see, still scrolling upward, looking for other names. Dan is in the house. Welcome, Dan. And Arliss Scott made it back in. Welcome, Arliss. And I am all the way up to the top, and I don't see any other names that I haven't mentioned. If I did not mention your name, like Sharon Stewart, please do excuse me. I do try to say hi to everyone. Anyway, if I didn't call your name out, you can yell at me. You're allowed. Anyway, hi to everyone out there. I'm glad to have you all here. And let's get at things right off the bat. I did show the secret volcano picture there earlier, and hope somebody will figure it out. It's kind of a sneaky thing today, and I'll show you the photo again. Never mind the archive footage there, but there's the secret volcano, and yeah, it's a secret. Oh, we'll have a little bit of fun with that when it comes time. And let's see, what else can we do that will frustrate you? I'm kidding. I'm turning off a couple other things here that I've got running, and let's shut off the video here for now. Hi, Dr. Fox, did you see the Starship launch today? Yes, I did see the Starship launch, and we can talk about that for a minute, real quick. And when it took off, I did notice that it didn't quite lift off exactly straight, and I did also notice that there was a whole bunch of debris flying when it took off. Hang on, Oz just gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Oz. That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. And Andrea Greenall, I got it. So congratulations, Andrea. And that is cool. Hopefully just about had another accident down at the corner there. I don't know what's going on with that corner today. Is that yield sign hiding or something? Did somebody knock it down? No, I can see the yield sign on the camera, so it wasn't there. Anyway, for those people who didn't watch that launch, it was actually very interesting to see it take off. It did get cleared the tower and everything, and it got up a whole bunch of miles, and then when they were trying to do something there with it, one of the shots that they had was, of course, looking at the back end of the actual engines, and you could definitely tell that there were a bunch of engines off. Actually, it looked like out of the 33 that there were about 6 of them that weren't working. So that is what the initial view was, and I thought, oh wow, not good. Colin Deadman is here, and he's got 1% juice on his phone. See you soon. Plug yourself in there, Colin. Hopefully you'll get a little bit more juice in. Yep, 6 weren't working when you seen it in the shot. If you actually counted correctly, you'll see it. It wasn't just 5. A lot of people were saying it was only 5. If you take a look, and there was a patch of 3 and a set of 2 and a single one, and that were not working, all on the outer ring, and that caused some steering problems and such, and they ended up having to push the button. In other words, they had to blow it up. What they were actually trying to do is, when it flipped around the first time, it was supposed to be doing a flip maneuver after it hit max Q, and then it was supposed to flip and do a release, and apparently the release didn't happen, and they blame it on what is it, some kind of hydraulic unit that may have been damaged somehow, or gave out, or didn't work properly, and the release never happened. And they tried to do it twice. They flipped, once that rocket flipped over, they did try to reset it and do it again. So that's kind of the scoop on it from what I got. And that's all with a grain of salt, so I'm not a rocket expert, but most of the engines that went down were concentrated on one side. Yeah, there was. That's true. Out of the 6, 4 of them were basically on one side of the rocket. The other 2 were on the other side. Grandma B, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat and that $5. That's excellent. I appreciate that. And yeah, I love watching those rockets go and stuff. And you know, this is the whole thing about it is a test flight after all. And I'm just very thankful that it cleared the tower, that it was able to get up to the height it did. It was a huge learning experience for the people at SpaceX. It was costly, granted, but at least the knowledge gained from this will further spaceflight, and they have many more units waiting in the assembly line and ready to go. So they may be making some changes to those other units, but it is very, very interesting to see nonetheless. Okay, we'll leave SpaceX be and let's get at our other stuff. I used the bunny stream to check the weather in South Texas before the launch. Yep, I seen that. And actually Corpus Christi, or I don't know if Boca Chica actually has a weather station down there. But Corpus Christi or Brownsville, I think, is the closest ones, and those are viable places to get weather from. down in that area. So that is typical of that area. Let's see. Yeah, Corpus Christi is a little further away, but Brownsville is probably the better one, which is about 30 miles away from there, if I recall correctly, from what I've seen in the videos. Anyway, we'll get on to our volcano stuff, and I'm trying to find my Hawaii. Where is my Hawaii gone? Oh, let's try that screen. That'll work. It's got Hawaii all over it, and we'll take a look at that and see what we've got going. We can get rid of that big banner and the archive banner, and we'll turn off the video for now. Oh, we can turn that guy off too. Top secret volcano. Anyway, there we go. They replaced the hydraulics with electrical systems in the rocket. Oh, I didn't know they put electrical systems in there. Anyway, hey, Dude is also here. Welcome, Dude. And we're welcome back. And what? Kilauea and Mauna Loa are extremely close to relighting their fires. Well, that's something that I was going to wonder about. There on the screen, of course, you see Halemaumau crater, and that is at Kilauea. With yesterday, we did have a lot of earthquakes there in the area, and it's something that I'm kind of wondering if that is a prelude or a sign of things to come. And if anything, I think this Halemaumau crater will be the first one to reignite if anything does happen. We didn't see that much activity up on Mauna Loa as far as earthquakes were concerned, but we certainly had quite a few around the Kilauea area, so definitely in the makings. Anyway, on screen, what you see though is some heavy smoke coming out of some of those places, especially over here. We do see that at the Old West lava pond, and we see a little bit more smoke coming from the Old West vent, and it's interesting to see that it's more intense than it was previously. And of course we see, you know, the smoke coming from those other smokers out by the southeast lava pond out there as well. Not sure what's going to happen there in the next little while, but we are definitely keeping an eye on it, right? What Mauna Loa hides it pre-work extremely well. 3 to 4 hours of warning is very typical. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. There, of course, is a shot of the southeast lava pond, empty, missing its lovely lava, and our central vent there. And they are all quiet, but we do see our smoke coming from those other spots on the edges there. And obviously, to have smoke, something has to be heating it. Let's take a look at the B1 camera, and still a lot of rippling in our old and cooled lava on the surface there. Still see Pig Island very well. Nothing has dipped down. We're not seeing any collapse of the crater, so good signs all the way through. A quick peek at the thermal, and I did have that one refreshed here not too long ago. I don't know if there's anything newer on the new one, and that's about a half an hour later. So yeah, West Lava Pond, the primary vent, and of course the southeast lava pond area. And whoop, scroll down a little bit, there we still see that hot spot. Really kind of makes a guy wonder, you know, that hot spot just hasn't gone away. and that is a pretty good indicator that there is still a lot of hot magma sitting in underneath that crusted over lava. So definitely in the works yet. We'll see what happens in the near future. Anyway, that is what Halemaumau is looking like today, so it is pretty awesome. Just trying to get my other stuff opened up here so we can go to Iceland next. And Iceland is looking a little better today than it was yesterday, but it's still got some issues. Let's see. We're trying to get the qualities back up here for some reason. The browser or the computer decided to slow everything down. And one of the reasons, of course, is that happens when I open up Windows Edge. And Windows Edge, for some reason, likes to tell the computer to shut everybody else down and only pay attention to it. And then when you shut it off, it likes to run in the background and cause you problems. Anyway, let's go make this Kilauea a little smaller, and we will go over to Iceland and see what we can do over there. There is Reykjavik, the capital city, and as you can see the beam going by, it's indicating that it's a little bit on the foggy or hazy side there. But they did have not a bad day. If we go back about 9.5 hours, we can see what it looked like there. It wasn't all that bad. It did look like it perhaps had some rain. Sidewalk areas and such look a little bit on the wet side. Same with the roads. So not a surprise, but on and off rain showers there is pretty normal for Reykjavik and for Iceland in general, since they do have some pretty nasty weather at times. Of course, this is from the Perlin Center. Let's go to the other camera from the Perlin Center as well, and that is looking at the regional airport. And why is that so fuzzy? There we go. It says it's a 1080 HD, but the computer again lies. Anyway, going back about the same amount of time, 9.5 hours, and there we go. Now you can see it. Still not green. Come on, we need to get things growing there. We do see the regional airport. Of course, this shot on the right-hand side is where the other shot kind of cuts off. And this is the regional airport, and we can barely say Keilir out here. Not very visible, but it is better than what we had yesterday, that's for sure. Pardon me. And we'll leave that guy be. We'll go to our next shot. And of course, the days are getting longer there, so we do see a little bit more daylight, which is kind of nice. That screen too looks fuzzy. And let me sharpen it up. There we go. And you can definitely see the two towers there, and of course the lights of Grindavik, and of course the two or three sets of lights there on the buildings from the geothermal power plant. Something in this area that I noticed today was a little bit weirdish. Of course, you're seeing the beacon go by there with the light from the lighthouse. That is kind of cool to be able to see that. But if we go back about, I don't know, 9-10 hours, let's go back 10 hours, and we'll have a quick look at something. And hopefully we'll be able to point it out. Of course, you see this steam coming out of this geyser vent right there, and doing a pretty heavy-duty job. But I don't know if you can notice in the background here, we have another one that is doing its thing. I'm just trying to see if we can find a spot where it's more visible. Maybe earlier? I don't know. Yeah, earlier. There we go. There you can see it. And a lot of steam coming out of that one that's down there. Now, something that we haven't seen that for a while, and I'm wondering if that is any kind of a prelude to telling us that, hey, we've got something else happening and some more heating happening under the Reykjanes Peninsula. And if that is indeed a fact of some sort, that is interesting, and that would possibly mean we've got more magma intruding underneath the peninsula. And that wouldn't surprise me, considering the amount of earthquakes we've had there in the last little while, just offshore as well as on the peninsula itself. So kind of interesting to see that happening in the background. And just, noted that it hasn't been going for a while. So obviously it is something that we have to give some consideration to. And let's leave that guy be. We'll put it back to live. And good evening to Scott Hartman. We'll go make that one smaller. You've seen that wonderful lighthouse beam go by. Here's the shot of Katla. Well, at least we can see the lights at night, and that is a better sign. And if we go back, we can even see Katla. We'll go back about 10 hours, roughly. There's the 10-hour mark, or close to it. And there is Katla. Beautiful. We can see it. It's kind of hazy out, but still, we are able to see the ice pack over top of that volcano. And that is our wonderful Katla. And of course it is sitting there, so with the sunshine hitting it, I'm sure we're going to see a few more earthquakes there, and with the ice movement, and that is a very common and normal thing. Every time it warms up a little bit, we see more of those surface quakes, somewhere around 135 meters down or thereabouts. Because they're not 100% sure, but nice to see it after a few days of its cloudiness hiding it and obscuring things. So pretty awesome, and I do like that. And it wasn't a bad day there. They did have some cloud rolling through, and as you can see, this is about 8 hours and 17 minutes ago. If we pop back to about 5.5 hours ago, we do see that cloud band moved in over behind the ridge here, and of course is hiding it, but still fairly clear in the forefront, so all good for that aspect of it. Really nice to see that. Anyway, let's not dwell on this though. Let's put that back on live, make it smaller. I'm going to go over and make this other one smaller as well. And we will get over to our harmonic tremor charts and see what's cooking there. I did refresh it just before the stream, but I will refresh again just to make sure we are completely up to date. And there we go. And of course, this is the first one we always look at, Fregrafjall, because that's where our wonderful Ragnar and Siggy Fisher live. And thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. We do see a bunch of little spikes in here as it is decreasing and going down as far as the tectonic frequency is concerned. And we do see the larger spikes near the end of the day. Quite interesting, but we do see a definite decline in our extremely low frequency, which indicates a magmatic movement, and seismicity for our green frequency there. So definitely on the way down, but showing some movement of sorts. And I'm wondering if this buildup has something to do with the new steam that we're seeing, and of course it dropping off. Now let's go take a look at the Askja one, since we're closer to that for right now. There is Askja, and looking at Askja, we have some wonderful spikes in here. That is really, really awesome, indicating we've had some earthquakes in the area. Although our magmatic and seismic is really down, very, very low in comparison to where it should be or could be, it has dropped off quite a bit, and kind of an indicator that, yeah, this is a tectonic movement is what's causing these earthquakes. Let's take a look at the next one that we always like, and that's Grimsey. Grimsey, of course, being the most northern point. And there is the Grimsey chart. And look what happened there. And it fell right out of the chart, right to the bottom. And definitely something changing, something moving, and or not moving. Yes, as it got very quiet and then came back up. So I don't know if that is a problem with the unit, or if we indeed have a very, very little movement at that point in time. We do see that same kind of thing happening yesterday around that same time as well. So makes a guy wonder, but we do see the uptick and then a drop back down, leveled out for our magmatic, and then the seismic coming up, getting to a plateau, and then kind of a drop a little and coming back up. Same thing with our tectonic, and not sure where that's going to progress from here, but interesting nonetheless in comparison to what we had before with all these other earthquakes in here. It's kind of making a guy wonder. Anyway, let's take a look at the Grindavik one. Very similar to what we see at Fragedalfjall. Our magmatic and seismatic are both on the downward swing, and we do see the little bit of action here as far as tectonic movement in that little area. And of course sliding further down than the other one. And we will take a look at the other one now, Krusevik. Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Fragedalfjall, and Grindavik is to the northeast. And Grindavik is southwest, Krusevik northeast. Yeah, there we got it. Yep, same kind of movement downward in the magmatic and seismatic from what we see here, and up and down and back down, and a little spike at the end for our tectonic movement. So interesting nonetheless, and we'll see what happens with that in our near future. I'm going to slide that back up, and we will take a look over at the a wonderful earthquake map right away here. And just going to get this back on Fragedalfjall, of course, and that is right there. Awesome. And let's pop over and have a look. And of course, from what we had before to what we have today, yesterday we had somewhere around 110, 115 earthquakes in 24 hours. Today we are only seeing 51, and that is kind of interesting that it dropped off that much. And we will take a look at the stuff down here first. It is just about break time. I'll just point out this is the Fragedalfjall area that we of course look at all the time. This is where Ragnar is located, and that's the Siggy Fisher. And of course, for those people not familiar, this is our international airport, Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Rankonsbar, Yardvik. And if we slide over, there is your Blue Lagoon, and of course that is the power plant there. And if we slide down the road, there's our wonderful city of, or town of Grindavik, and those two radio towers that we've seen in the other video shot there. So that is good for right now. What we'll do is go take that break. After the break, I will come back and we will start down here, and we'll go through our earthquakes and see if they tell us anything, or if they don't tell us anything. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's get back over here, and I'll throw you back to some magma. coming out of the ground. Of course, and that is a Siggy Fisher. I opened up a different cam. This was from August 15th of last year. And that is the Siggy Fisher. So enjoy that, and I'm going to go take a break. And for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you're sitting on the outsides looking in, please consider subscribing. That would be really cool as well. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars 2028 and Kevin. Appreciate that. And let's get back over to our wonderful earthquakes and see what is cooking. And thank you, Cananaska's country, and welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. All right, turning a canned lava into a frozen canned lava. There we go. And over to our earthquake map for Iceland. And of course, we did look at a wonderful Reykjanes Peninsula, but let's go through the earthquakes now. Out here, we've got from 3:06 a.m. a 0.96, 11 kilometers down for that guy. Next one is a 1.43, 6 kilometers down from 1417. Next is from 1400, a 1.37, 7 kilometers down. And a 0.62, 4.6 kilometers down, 202 this morning. And then we've got one over there, 0.26, relatively small, 4.7 kilometers down, 10:36 is the time there. And a very small one, 0, and it's 6.6 kilometers down from 2253. And of course, not within our Frankenfeld zone, but over here we have a 0.9, 16.8 kilometers down, really quite deep. 1256 was the time on that guy. Next ones will be these three here. We've got a 1.15, 3.1 kilometers down, and that is 7:49 a.m. Then a 0.26, 3.5 clicks down, 8:28, and at 8:35 a 0.68, and that came in at 3.8 kilometers down there as well. Moving over, we see more little areas of swarming, weirdish kind of things. 0.38 from 13.6 kilometers down, 3 a.m. Looking at these, 0.2, 5 kilometers down from 1312, 0.25, and that is 3.9 kilometers down from 1146. Next one is from 1116, a 0.84 in magnitude, 4.2 kilometers down, then a 0.6, 4 clicks down, and that is 11:08 a.m. A 0.4, 4.5 kilometers down from 1806, and a 0.12, small again, 2.8 kilometers down from 440 this morning. Did we get that one? Yeah, we did. And let's move over here and see what these guys are doing. Again, very small, 0.18, 2.8 kilometers down. Thanks for the welcome back there, Kamanaska's country. I think I said that though. SOS, lava lovers. Scott Hartman needs some oink, please. That's a piggish for love. Scott Hartman is a good guy. Yep, yep, that's cool. Thank you. All right, no worries. Anyway, 0.18, 2.8 kilometers down, 1218 for that guy. Next is a 0.1, 315 meters down, and that is from 1354. Next guy over is a 0.11, 6.3 kilometers down from 2:39 a.m. And then we've got a 0.14, 4 kilometers down from 2:41. And let's see what we got next. Close to Hekla, well, not that close. A 0.29, 6 kilometers down, 9:02 a.m. Nothing at Eyjafjallajökull, but we do have this one at Katlap, and it's a 1.1 kilometer down, and that is from 2115 for that little tiny 0.1. Then it gets a little busier as we get over here towards Grimsvatn area. From 1948, we have a 0.4, 6.3 kilometers down, or is it 3.6 kilometers down? How about that? And then there's 1.1 clicks down, and 10:49 is the time on it. Zoom in a little bit, and there is Grimsvatn. This one is a 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 1825, and next one is 1.45 from 1.6 kilometers down, 9:49 is the time for that. At 1628 we had a magnitude 1.44, and it's 2.9 kilometers down there. Next one is a 1.53, and it's 1.52 kilometers down from a 2134 for that guy. Sliding up to Bardabunga, we see 3 of them around there. 1139 for this guy, and that was from a 0.54 in magnitude, and 5.8 kilometers down. Next one is a 1.42, 2.4, just about 2.5 kilometers down. 10:17 a.m. Next guy is a 0.02, very small, 3 kilometers down, 1410. Welcome to Pamela Moncure. And there's Askia. Let's take a look and see what we've got here. 3.7 clicks down from 1142. 1.93 and 3.4 clicks down from 1:58 a.m. Next one is a 0.36, 4.6 kilometers down, 1:58 a.m. 0.21, 6 kilometers down from 9:28. From 11:01 we had a 0.11, and it was 8.2 kilometers down. Then a 0.95, and that is 4 kilometers down from yesterday at 23:56. And the other one there is the biggest one of the group from 8:23 a.m. 2.05, 3.8 kilometers down for that guy. We do see this one getting a little closer to Herdebreit, 0.06, 135 meters down, and that's from 4:02 a.m. There's Herdebreit there. Sliding up, we don't see any more in that immediate vicinity, so 0.14, 724 meters down, 5:44 a.m. for him. This 1 in magnitude is 0.5 of a kilometer down, or 500 meters, and 2023 is the time for that guy. Moving up a little bit more, remember we had that huge swarm over here. Well, it seems to be dwindling. 0.6, 6.7 kilometers down from 7:59 a.m. and a 0.9, 5.7 kilometers down from 1950. And then we've got this one, a 1.5, 10.8 kilometers down from 2322 today. So that's a very fresh quake. This one is a 0.88, 16.5 kilometers down from 2:42 a.m. Next one is a 0.84, 10 kilometers down from 1:50 a.m. And then we have, is it a 3 or 4 over here? Yeah, it's only 3. 0.7, 10 kilometers down, 6:09 a.m. for that guy. 1.04, 16.6 kilometers down from 10:22. And the last one there is from 8:50 a.m. a 1.49 in magnitude, also 10 kilometers down. That's it for our earthquakes today in Iceland, which is pretty cool. Do you know what goes great with a Pepsi Kansas pizza? Kansas pizza. I have no idea. Plus popcorn. Okay. Pizza and popcorn. All right. Well, I'm not so good with the popcorn part, but okay on the pizza. It does go well. Anyway, let's carry on to our next wonderful places, and we'll take a look. And I left that map on the blue stuff. Let's go over there and take a quick look at the Azores. And we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge if you want to say it in Portuguese. That is one of the villages there. This, of course, is the one of the harbors on that island. And you can see the lights of Pico Island that are about 18 kilometers away going across the strait in between the two islands. And that is what it looks like. I did have a peek at the weather there earlier. It wasn't all that pleasant, but it wasn't all that rough. And normally what we look for here in this cove is to see how much whitewater we're seeing. And you can see some waves splashing in. And that is telling me that don't take your little boat out there. I'll take Canis pizza over Hawaiian pizza any day. Well, if you say so. Let's take a look at the earthquake chart for the island of St. George. Nothing since the 12th, so last 8 days, no quakes there. Moving on, taking a look at the quake map, I'm going to refresh that, and we will see if they had any quakes. And no, let's see, last 48 hours, no quakes. That was quick, so let's zoom out again, and we will leave that be, get rid of that advertisement, and that's it. So out here in the middle of the ocean, there are no earthquakes. What's that tell us? It's quiet there tectonically. Anyway, that is where our wonderful Azores are, and of course that is kind of what we've got on the map. Anyway, Portugal, Spain, France, England up there, and Ireland, of course. Sue over here on the other side waving hello to us from Nova Scotia, and there's Newfoundland and those places. So all good, and of course Iceland is up here, and the Rakens Ridge. There's Sue waving. Missy, I got a what? I got a rhyme. It's got a rhyme. It's got a rhyme. We don't have time to make rhymes. No time. Anyway, all okay. And let's take a look at that for a second. Yeah. Anyway, welcome, Missy. Good to have you on board. Let's go over to our next volcano, or volcanoes, plural, and we will see if they're cooking up a storm. They're hard to see sometimes, and that, of course, is over in our wonderful parts of Mexico, where they do have weather, whether we like it or not. Believe it or not, that is Popocatépetl, and of course that other camera was still down. I gotta see if I can get that back, but earlier they had some nasty rain and storms and things, and this is kind of what we were seeing there. So wasn't a very good day for volcano watching, put it that way, and it's been that way for, for a few days there now. Earlier this morning, though, you could see it a little bit better, 9:20 a.m., but you couldn't tell what was coming out of it, and it's always hard that way. We did see a plume earlier, and I'm just trying to get it lined up here so we can actually see that, and that should be around 8:45. There it is, and that was what was coming out this morning. And what I had mentioned, previously here with the last few days of the amount of eruptions and the physical size of what's going on, things are getting bigger as far as the eruptive activity at Popocatépetl. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And yeah, it's, for being 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, definitely visible from Mexico on a relatively clear day. It's nice to see that it is doing what it needs to. And we're, of course, all hoping for, massive lava flows and things like that. But They don't always happen. A lot of the time we see the eruptive activity limited to just a little bit of spatter coming out of the cone and landing on the caldera just right around the edges. So kind of what it is, but that plume as an example, you notice how dirty and black it is in comparison to the whiter stuff. So that gives you a pretty good idea that there is a lot of tephra and ash in that material as it is billowing out of the volcano. Moving back a little bit more, we do see more of that white ash, but we do see another start of another plume there at 8:27 a.m. And again, very dark material in comparison to the background stuff. And I think it's fairly rich in tephra and other materials. Let's see, there's another big one that we had earlier, and this is where the bad weather hides all of these things. But this one I'm just advancing it 5 seconds at a time. This was 7:48 a.m. And you see again very dark material and a very large output. If we advance it here 10 seconds at a time, that probably expedites it a little bit more. And gives you a pretty good idea of what Popocatépetl is doing. And there you can see more of that goodness coming out of there. And I am sure that in the next little while here, we're going to continue to see it erupting like that. Let's see, here's another one from earlier. This one was at 6:52, actually about 6:50 is when it started, and it's taking its time to get up there. But still, that is quite a large plume coming out, and definitely worthy of making note of it. And here's one in the golden hour, if you will, just at sunrise at 6:25 a.m. And again, you see it pluming up and out, so doing its thing. Looked pretty awesome, and I'm not sure if prior to that it was almost continuous off-gassing, as you can see here from the stuff during the night. This is a bigger one here from 5:40, 5:38 a.m. roughly. That's about as far back as we can go right now. Anyway, that's kind of what we're seeing at Popocatépetl right now. Well, that was this morning. But what we've got right now is this kind of grumpy weather, and don't know what to do about it. Quick peek over at Fuego, and let's take a look. Fuego, of course, in volcano gray. And we'll go back a few hours, and this is from about 12:26 this afternoon. Fuego has been a little bit quieter as of late. I haven't seen as many plumes come out of there when we can see it, and it has been a little bit on the smaller side as far as eruptive activity, and a little bit more infrequent as well. And this one is from 9:18, and then this morning it had a few puffs, but nothing super major. There's another one from 8:01 a.m. And then we go all the way back, and I don't know if I want to call it golden times, but that is just as the sun was rising there, and we can see the little plumes coming out. So not massive eruptions like what we normally see. It is break time. I only got one more thing here. We're going to take a look at the Masaya volcano. Since Fuego was in Guatemala, Masaya is down in Nicaragua, just to the south of it. That is the, the current shot that we were seeing. If we do a refresh there, you can actually see a little bit of lava in there. That's excellent. And a little less smoke, so that's awesome to be able to see the little arc of lava down in the bottom. So you don't want to fall into that pit. You'll never get back out. Anyway, it is time for a break. And of course, since it's the first hour after the break, we will go and have a look at our bacon seeds. So for the time being, let's throw this in here. And of course, that is our Siggy Fisher lava from the 15th of August last year. I'm going to go take a break, 5 or 6 or 7 minutes for those who are counting. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, please consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet, hit the subscribe button and sitting on the outside and enjoying the show, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, here comes some music, and what's Wonky Donkey want? Hi Doc, the dry dock fees need paying now, and the repair bill, I was surprised how cheap it is, so you can pay the 2.78 million. Hang on. We'll have to get the insurance to cover that. I'll be back. All right, there, the microphone is back on. Silence, golden. I hit that button, darn it. There she is. Thanks for the welcome backs, Mars 2028 and Sue and Scott Hartman and Shoo Magpies. No, silence is golden. Can't hear Doc. I do not hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Okay. Thanks for the welcome backs, you guys. I did hit the button, but I didn't look. I was looking at the screen and trying to read the chat at the same time, and it's this multitasking that sometimes makes life difficult. Anyway, I hear you now. Okay, I hear you now, Dr. Fox 2000. Button malfunction. Yep. I thought something was wrong with my phone. Mars 2028, and that is a possibility. Possibly requires an update again. Still, hang on. Did you update your updates, which were updated from the previous updates that you updated from? Never mind. Let's stop that lava, and we will go over and we will take a look at our bacon seeds. Finger malfunction. Oh no, never have finger malfunctions. They don't work. Anyway, that was the last wonderful bacon seeds that we had from yesterday. Piggy sent us some more though, and thank you, Piggy, for doing that. Doc, us guys can't multitask according to most females. They are very correct. I'm not capable of doing that either. There's Piggy, and she is multitasking, sending multiple photos all at the same time. Here's the first one, of course, and that is, looks like a baseball player out in the field and wearing some pink. That is a sportster of some sort, so that is awesome, and we like that. I'm glad they let that little girl run around on the AstroTurf. Team Piggy. Yep. Tom, I can drink beer and watch football at the same time. Henry, you're capable of multitasking? Wow. Dr. Fox, I updated everything 6 times in the days leading up to the spaceship launch. Yeah. And then the rocket went kaboom. Well, it went kaboom because they needed to. Anyway, this one is playing, looks like a football. That is a pretty awesome, a sporty fella there, if you ask me. Let's see what our next bacon seed looks like. This is a very cuddly one. He likes to be on the lap. He's a lap pig. I would have thrown my phone in a volcano if I had to miss the launch because something some stupid update. Yeah, that always happens. Yeah, football. Where's my beer? I have no idea, Henry. Okay. What, Henry? Only because you don't have a lady trying to talk with you during the game. Yes, no sidetracks. Anyway, look, that Piggy thinks that's pretty funny, Tom. Hilarious at that. Gotta love that shot. Oh, he looks like he's having fun laughing. Anyway, we'll get on to the next bacon seed, since that one is a real chuckle. Look at these two guys. Yep, spoon-fed, and look, they're going, oh, that's so nice of you, and they are sitting inside a big coffee cup. Little guys, teacup pigs. I gotta love it. Next one is this guy, and he is just sitting back on a leather couch, and that is all cool. He's smiling though. I like that. He's a kind of a Dalmatian fella. Don't hog the coffee cup. Yeah. That's a good one on Mars. And next bacon seed is this guy sticking his tongue out? It almost looks like it, doesn't it? Tea, please. All right. How about this one? This is a little smaller pig in a smaller picture. He's got all kinds of things around him. I'm not sure what to say about that one. Looks interesting though. So that is all good. And our next bacon seed is, oh, these guys. 3 of them, hang on, 4 of them stacked up on a pile. It's a piggy pile, and they're all smiling. All 4 of them, and that is awesome. And really, really cool. Anyway, we like little pigs like that. Let's see what this next one is got to offer. And now that's a cuddly pig. He's enjoying getting his head rubbed. And that is awesome. Real life head rubbing, and that is really, really cool. You gotta like it. And our last bacon seed for today is this. They're singing. They're singing something. I have no idea what they're singing. But they're definitely, this is a, what do they call it? A quintet? No. Yeah, is it quintet if it's 4 of them, or quartet? Quintet? No, quartet. Anyway, 4 of them. And I'm not sure what they're singing. Quartet. Okay. Yeah. Quintet is a 5. Yeah. We hear you, DrFox2000. Oh, if only I had a recording of Sharon Stewart and her friends singing that. I could paste it to this, and we could play it every time, and that would be awesome. That is pretty cool. Even the tail is going in rhythm in the background there. Maybe they are singing the old girl from what? Ipanema? I have no idea what that is. A recording? What a novel idea. Anyway, we store all these bacon seeds, so we'll have this one forever. And that is all awesome. Anyway, yeah, this one I added, just so you know. Piggy didn't know anything about it, but if she is watching, I do want to say thank you, Piggy, for sending us the other bacon seeds. All cool. And I do have to throw a few weird ones in once in a while, just to get a little bit of a chuckle here, and make things look a little more interesting. I wonder what they're saying, though, what they're really, really doing. Because obviously they are looking like they're being vocal and singing something. So it's a kind of a neat. Yep, thank you, Piggy, for the bacon seeds. If you're out in the background lurking at a beach in Brazil, and the famous song. Oh, okay. Down by the old mill stream. Okay. Well, could be. I have no idea what it is. But anyway, let's go finish off what we were doing with the other ones. And we wanted to take a look and see what's happening at... we do have a report from Cotopaxi, a volcano in Ecuador, since we were looking at Central America. We'll go look at this. Of course, it indicates more ash emissions coming out of our snow-covered cone of Cotopaxi. This was shot from April 18th, and it's degassing and doing all kinds of things there with some material coming out. And that's a cool picture, but that is not Cotopaxi. You are about to enter the wormhole, and that is all cool. and that is a lava field somewhere else. We have no idea where that is. But anyway, let's continue on with this. So explosive activity at the volcano continues with near frequent small to moderate ash emissions, intermittent strong volcanic type eruptions, and venting of gas and steam emissions, so-called degassing. And according to the VAAC, the ash column height averaged between 6.7 and 7 kilometers in altitude over the past few days, drifting to the east and southwest directions, respectively. Scott Hartman threw in a gift, and one gift certificate there. Scott, thank you very kindly for doing that. Scott Hartman, writing that down. And gifted one, and User got it. User is a lucky guy. And congratulations, User. Haven't seen him back here for a little while. Maybe he is peaking. Anyway, the amounts system registered a flux of sulfur dioxide (SO2) emissions, which reached 51 tons on April 18th. So 51 tons really is not anything major for coming out of a volcano, but it's it's noticeable. So likely we'll see a little bit of a plume, but nothing really wild or crazy. Anyway, let's carry on. We'll go over to our next volcanoes as soon as I figure out where we're going. And let's see, where is he? No, that's Semeru. This is, what's happening here? Let's go over and, oh, I'm on the wrong screen. On the wrong screen. I'm trying to multitask and having difficulties here. There's the screen I want to be on, and I want to make that smaller and this one smaller, and get back over to our wonderful Merapi and see if Merapi will make us happy today. There is Merapi, and of course you can see it fairly well. Daytime 7:22 a.m. there in central Java, Indonesia, and that is what it looks like right now. We do see some off-gassing from up top. Looks like Merapi might be quietening down a little bit as of late. Hasn't been producing quite as much of the goodness that we've seen previously. Let's take a look here. This, of course, is from 5:10 a.m. You can see the lava up on top there in the black and white shot, and of course that makes it stick out a whole bunch more. And as it progresses down the hill, and you got to remember, this is not the same as the other side we were just looking at. This side here is where majority of that flow is happening. That trench or a canyon that it had previously produced has kind of filled up, and that lava being somewhat on the effusive side. In other words, it pours out and cools off fairly quickly and just sits in place. It fills up that canyon and forces the other stuff to come over top of it. So really filled up the thing there. They did have it in color. Let's go take a look at this here. This was earlier. Actually, let's yeah, we'll let that run from there. This is 4:47 a.m. and you can see the goodness of that bacon flowing down the hill, and you can see how it is spreading out or fanning out. That's a pretty good indicator that that canyon has indeed filled up quite a ways with that lava. So That effusive material, of course, will flow till gravity says, oh, I'm not going to pull you down anymore. And then it'll just sit there and it will harden up fairly quickly. But this particular shot there, you can see it is progressing quite a ways down. And because of the way some of the lava bombs that are rolling out of there, they are getting quite a ways down that hill. In some cases up to about 2 kilometers in range. So it's kind of neat to see that. And that is actually not a bad shot from there. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. So yeah, pretty cool to see the effusive material running down the hill. Some of those lava bombs are actually airborne as they go over that kind of a ski jump, if you want to call it that, at this point here, where we still have a pretty decent flow coming out of that at speed. And then this is the area where it started cooling off and built up a lot more material. So that canyon is nowhere near as deep as it used to be. Yeah, let's see if we can see a few more spots here. We did have some cloud activity in the way as well. But let's see if we can get in between the clouds to be able to see that. How about this one right here? I know that cloud is in the way. I can't get rid of the clouds. I'm advancing it here 5 seconds at a time just to kind of speed it up a little bit. Did I hit it in the right spot? Yeah, it should be okay there. And lightning in the background as well. So pretty wild to see that. And let's see if we go back a little bit more. There was some more good ones here, but some of it is hiding behind cloud work. There you can see the progression from up in the top, but we do have a cloud sitting up there, unfortunately, and it did spread out quite a ways. So definitely I'm bursting out of there at a larger volume right off the bat. So very interesting. And let's see what we've got there. Okay, the channel does not exist. Your channel doesn't exist. That means you are not a member of YouTube. So you will be removed, and we will not have you here. And that is pretty simple. Okay, if you don't have a channel, you aren't part of YouTube. Anyway, we do see that wonderful lava flowing down. Pretty awesome. And that is pretty cool. And very, very neat to see. All right. Let's see what else we got in here. Yeah. Anyway, that is all good. Let's see if we can go back a little bit more here. And see, there were a couple more little eruptions as well. Right around here. There we go. Got in Patterson Air Force Base up with that. Yeah, that's okay. We don't mind, but you know, when you check and see if there's a channel attached to the name, and YouTube comes up with no channel attached, a channel does not exist, then we automatically remove it. Because that's the way it works. Not going to put us in jeopardy of having spamming going on. So, besides, it's one of those things. I have moral values here, and I have to keep the channel clean. So, you know, it doesn't matter what base that you try to get to or whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, going back a little bit more though, earlier we do see this flow, and this is at 2208, and that was pretty bright. If we go to the full screen of that, you can kind of see it a little bit better, but very, very bright, and lots of material came out. You can see how wide it was spreading out. There it is. I knew that. And, that is okay. We remove that automatically, and that's the way it works. And yeah, I'm just looking at that. Yeah, it is exactly what I thought. Anyway, there we see it. It's a fairly large eruption, and a lot of material that time around coming down. So yeah, very good looking bacon, even though it is in black and white or night vision, and pretty awesome. It's time for a break though, you guys. So yeah, let's not worry about that, Mars, and we'll just take care of it. That just, you know, the less encouragement and the less acknowledgement, the less encouragement. So anyway, we'll carry on after the break. We'll put you back on some canned lava in the meantime, and we will come back here. Well, we'll actually not come back to Merapi. Merapi made us happy today, so we'll go back to the canned lava. And I am going to go take a break, so please hang around, you guys. And for those who haven't hit the like button yet, please do consider doing that. Also, for those who have not subscribed, if you're a legitimate channel and you wish to join us, by all means. In the meantime, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back. And the microphone is back on, and we've got a bunny fight in Bunnyland. Oh boy. I'm trying to watch everything all at the same time. I see EC got here. Welcome, EC. Good to have you on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars 2028 and Kevin Haynes and Scott Hartman. And I'm sure it's coming. I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart. There it is. And thanks, KC and Wonky Donkey, saying welcome back, Daddy. Aloha. Are you in Hawaii, EC? I didn't think you were in Hawaii. I thought you were somewhere else. Pitched battles in Bunnyland. And they're at it again. They're going at it. And we've got magpies in there on the flanks as well. They're trying to provoke things. Anyway, the bunny went back to eating. Darn it! We should have left that on. Should have put that live. That would have been good. Anyway, let's not confuse the issues here. Let's get back to our volcano stream. And we are going to turn that off for a minute. And we are going to put the wonderful photo back up of our mystery volcano for today. And let's get rid of the archived footage. All right, there is our mystery volcano for today. Now remember, you got to be nice and name the volcano, please. Don't guess. Well, you can guess if you don't know it, but I try to get the volcano right. EC, I know you know which one this is. And I'm just going to chuckle. Anyway, let's see. Okay, EC. I'm going to say something, but I'll save it till afterwards, once somebody guesses it. All right, everybody's looking. Everybody's trying to figure it out. Come on, you guys. It's a volcano. Where is it? Hints. Well, okay. I'll give you a hint. 1983. This is not real, it's CGI. No, it is real. 1983 is the date on it. 1983 for this eruption. And EC, hold your tongue. Oh, Sharon Stewart. There she goes. Sharon Stewart. I gave that hint. And she has got it. And way to go, Sharon Stewart. It is and that is a part of Kilauea. And that is already a 1. Okay, so Sharon Stewart. Sharon gets the cookies. Sharon, there we go. We will give you that, and that is a wonderful and all cool. So, and thank you, Arizona Snowman, and all good. So that's what we've got going on, and yeah, that is a pretty wild. And we like it. So yeah, I'm surprised. I should have used a different hint, because that one would have given it away. For those who are there knowledgeable about the older volcanoes, and that is what we've got there, though. And it kind of looks like Ragnar, doesn't it, in a way, but and not as much bulk at the base of it, so kind of I have to wonder about that a little bit. Anyway, I had no clue. Oh, Sue. And here I thought that was a pretty darn good hint. I'm surprised Sharon got it, and she even named it correctly. I would have accepted Kilauea as well, because that is a part of the Kilauea volcano system. I never saw any early photos of it, so this is a treat. Well, you are in for it. And that is indeed a photo. It's not CGI. It's not a painting or anything. That is a photo. So, no, I have not altered the photo in any way, shape, or form. And other than cropping it a little bit at the top and at the bottom, and to get rid of some extra material that would have given it away real quick. No, there was no labeling on it either, but the trees and stuff would have given it away. Anyway, we'll leave it as that, so there you have it. Going to our next place of interest, and we will have a look at our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. I don't know anything about the history of Pu'u'o'o. Well, it's 1983 is when that eruption took place, and that is quite some time ago. And I don't know that much history of it, but that was what was happening back then in Hawaii. Pretty cool stuff, though, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, there is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and it is very cloudy there. Earlier conditions were very stormy and yucky, so we are lucky to be able to see it from afar, and that is all right. Don't mind looking at that. We'll go to our next segment here, and of course that is, we need to refresh that. Let's refresh it. This is, of course, the chart for New Zealand's Taupo. And Taupo has had an earthquake in the vicinity and some minor activity there, a little bit more than what we were seeing in the last day or so. So nice to see a little bit of action, but I really don't want that volcano to blow up. That is too close to too many people, and it would be nice to leave it stay dormant and quiet and not do a darn thing. But as you can see, we did have a quake there, and after the quake is when the rumbling started. So we'll take a look at the earthquake maps after and have a look there. The event had changed and changed a lot by the 2000s when I was looking at the pictures of it, I guess, on the USGS website. Okay, cool. There, of course, is our lovely Taupo caldera. That is the entirety of the lake, and the central portion of that volcano is somewhere out there in the water, well beyond that spit out there, and kind of even with that post way out there. Normally we can see, on a clear day, we can see Ruapehu in the background here, but it is not a normal day. It's kind of yucky and not so good looking. So that is what we've got going on there right now. And I should put that one back to small. This one already is. I'm going to put that one back to live. And we'll get to the other places. Let's move over to our wonderful Semeru and see what it is doing. And Semeru right now actually kind of hiding in the clouds. And that happens a lot there. With volcanoes, for some reason, I have no idea why, Mother Nature's always mean to us and hiding it. Going back a little ways though, we do see a little bit of an eruption during the clouds, So actually we see one there right now, but let's leave that for later. Let's see if we can get it to the right spot here. And it's hard to tell with the clouds and if I've got it in the right spot. Come on, show it to me here. Should be right around there somewhere. There we go. And there you can see it pluming up. Unfortunately, no lava there. My camper was attacked by Arizona snowman. Oh, have a nice day there, Patty Klein. Yeah, I don't think people get attacked. You just get removed or escorted out. So that is kind of the way it works. And when you come in here under false pretenses. Anyway, let's do that. And there we go. You can see it there at 7:24 a.m. Pluming out. It wasn't the greatest of visibility. I just want to make sure this is set at the highest we can get. Yep, 720. Unfortunately, not any better. And that is what we were seeing. So definitely putting out some of that material. And we want to go back a little bit more here and see what else we could see. Unfortunately, my YouTube here isn't being too cooperative and giving me the white screen rather than showing me the actual stuff going on the screen. There it is. That's the one I want. From earlier, and this is at the start of another eruption right in there. And as we see it progress, I don't know if we have seen too much material flying down there, but you can see the occasional blip of dust being raised. So some of the lava bombs did hit and fall, and it did eject a bunch of stuff. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there right now. That is at 6:05 in their time this morning. And that is all good. And let's see if we can find a few more eruptions here earlier in the day. Not showing up so well. This one was a little bit better. Let's see if we can get to the beginning of it. Yeah, and again, the camera doesn't like switching from night to a day mode. Gets fuzzy, and that's a part of what the cameras do when they switch. Don't really like to refocus properly, and mine do the same thing too, which is not a surprise. It's almost like you have to have a timer set in there and put a new preset in for a certain time. There you go. There's some more shots coming out at 5:05 a.m. It did erupt as well. And then earlier in the morning, in the wee hours, we did have this one, and I'm trying to see if that'll have some spark and fire in there. And let's see. Go back. Come on. Faster. And there it is. There's the flame I've been looking for. And a little bit of bacon bits coming out and everything else. That is all cool. And let's see what else we've got in here. Yeah, earlier we did have another good sized plume come out. I want to get to it and find it. Should be right around here somewhere. So let's see if we can hit that. And let's see, go back a little bit more. And there we go. So that's the start of it. And thanks, Tom, for that 4-minute warning. And we can see the activity there. And that one didn't have as much get up and go, but it did raise quite a cloud when it did erupt, and indicating that there is a lot of tephra, ash, and other materials in the good old clouds coming out of it. We did have another one earlier here. I'm trying to get to it. There were actually several, so this one was probably a little bit better. Let's see if we can get right to it. No, I'm gonna have to back up 10 seconds at a time here. YouTube is being awful slow with the reactions here, and let's go there. Okay, we'll let that play through, and that should be able to, there you go, should show us some nice lava coming out of there. Pretty awesome, and cool looking, and unfortunately nothing dribbling down the side of the mountain today. These are just blasts rather than, you know, getting some lava flow, and that is what I was really hoping for, is to see some heavy flows coming out of there. They were zoomed in on the caldera a little bit more earlier, but I didn't see too many of these big blasts. Let's go right about here. I hate when YouTube moves at a turtle pace. Yeah, it is what it is. YouTube's, you know, some days YouTube is great. Other days, it's almost like, what the heck is it doing, you know? And not much we can do with it. Although my bit rate is holding fairly good right now, which is all right, and can't complain about that. So we'll take a look though and see if there's more good stuff coming out. I did see a couple of other little plumes, but nothing really that is super exciting. We do see the lightning in the background there as well every once in a while, so you know there's still some pretty inclement weather happening in those areas, and I'm surprised that we can actually see this, which is kind of interesting, because usually we have nasty weather. There's another one, just a little guy. I'm back then up 5 seconds or so we can see it again. Just a little pop, you know, nothing super major. I want to see it shoot out lava way up here. That would really be nice. Anyway, let's put that back onto live. We'll leave it there for our wonderful Semaru. And good night, everyone. Wonky donkey, you take care, and have a good night. And I'm sure you can go pay the guys for the repairs with carrots. Just see how many carrots it takes, okay, for them to release the sub to you. Anyway, on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break, you guys. After the break, we will take a look at see what Japan is doing, and then we will go to our volcano report. And for those who need to know, we got another bunny eating, so they're all coming for dinner time tonight at the right time. That is awesome. Anyway, put you back onto the canned lava, and there it is. Oh, hang on, that's not canned lava. That is canned lava. That was a volcano from way back. Anyway, there we go. Keep smiling, be good, and I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you are a good and legal person that isn't intending on making any issues. And I will be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, well, let's see, forgot to turn on the archive thing. There we go. I got that back on. And thank you, Sue, and Scott, and Mars, and Cananaskis Country, and Kevin for the welcome backs. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart, singing with the quartet there. Oh boy. Well, anyway, all good. Yeah, the quartet, you know, these guys, right there. See, there they are. Oh boy. Anyway, let's leave that be. Singing with the piggy, yeah, the piggy quartet. That is awesome. Anyway, let's do our thing, and whoop, I hit the wrong button. We are chummy. Yep, a bacon chummy. And we'll go over to our next volcano, and we'll take a look at it. And that will be in Japan. As soon as I can find Japan. Where did Japan go? Somebody stole Japan. Oh, I found Japan. Japan is not looking so good. Again, it's raining there. But the ice cream boat will be in for those good people who need their ice cream. So you are welcome to get your ice cream right away. All right, let's get over to Japan. There's the ice cream boat. We can see it. It's right there in the rain. Take your umbrellas if you're going. So you're going to run down, get an ice cream. Make sure you got an umbrella. Otherwise, the raindrops will mess up your ice cream. There flies are growing legs again. Flies are growing legs? That is not good. Files are growing legs. Files? Files? You got files moving? One fish. One fish, you should be okay with the rain. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay. Anyway, there's our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan. And that is what it's looking like right now. It is off-gassing, although very, very hard to tell. And kind of neat when we go back just a little ways here and see that it was kind of covered with that cloud. Almost looks like a lenticular cloud there prior to it starting to rain. Actually, it was raining. Never mind us prior to. But let's go back a little bit further. We can probably see a little more of it. And yeah, really not anything eruptive coming out of there. 7:20 a.m. Where's our birds? We need more birds. Okay, the bird said it's a no-fly day for birds. Too much rain. Anyway, that's what it was looking like today. So really not good visibility from Sakurajima again, since they are in kind of a bad weather situation there. Your files keep moving around on their own. They must have grown legs and walked away. Well, you know, they can. It's not the files. What happens is I have certain scenes set up on my XSplit software, and every time I reboot the files, or sorry, the screens are shifted in order. For some reason it doesn't keep them in the same sequential order, and what happens is 9 times out of 10 I have to redo the screen captures for those particular files or screens. So it is what it is. I have to grin and bear it every time and do my thing. Anyway, that is what it's looking like. No sense in looking at a close-up shot. There is the close-up shot. It's really too cloudy to see anything. Next one, we'll go over to another volcano there to the south, Suwanosejima. It does look like it is off-gassing a little bit. Very, very difficult to tell, though, with the amount of cloud that is in the area. And even earlier, we did see some pluming, but a little bit difficult to tell what is what. And you can see that steamy flow across there. So it's hard to tell if this plume in the back is actually coming from the back caldera, or if this is just steam rising from the morning light, sunlight hitting it. Further back, though, very limited visibility at all, and there you go. So we're going to leave it as that. It's a no-go for Suwanosejima. Next one we want to look at is ASO, and ASO as well. It is doing its thing. We do see some raindrops on the camera lens, and of course we can see the steam coming out of the caldera. That is both steam and SO2 gases, as the caldera floor is quite warm, and the caldera of course acts like a big bowl and captures all that rainwater in there and has a lake inside. So not a lake you want to go swimming in, for sure, and we'll leave it as that. No sense in really going back. I mean, well, we can a little click back, see what it looked like earlier. There you can see a little bit more of that steam, but not a nice looking day at all there. So that is kind of what we've got, and let's go take a look at the other volcano. There is Asama. That's about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo City. And Kevin Haynes saying good night all. Good night, Kevin. Take care, and thanks for being here, and glad to have you on board, and get some rest there. Anyway, that is what we were seeing from Asama about an hour ago. It looked like that, so not much different. And if we go back about say 4 hours, it's kind of the same. You really couldn't tell what was going on there. The wind and the background cloud was kind of obscuring any visibility. Hey, look, it's a UFO. It's a UFO. Oh no. Going across the screen with a pluming trail. Wow. Anyway, some airplane going by. Interesting to see, but nothing really coming out of it. Earlier during the night, you did see some stars. You can see a little bit of that off-gassing happening there, but nice starlight, except for it's not helping us see enough. And that is kind of what we've got there. This is about 9 hours ago there, and we see what it's doing. So that is sort of it for our Japanese volcanoes, and we will put that back onto live. You can see it off-gassing. Definitely some SO2 coming out of this guy. And I guess we can leave it right there for the time being. I will do the volcano report without Sue having to tell me, and that'll be a first, eh? Let's get at it. So yesterday's activity from Wednesday night activity, 5 volcanoes. Klyushevskoy, Kamchatka Peninsula, volcanic ash not identifiable on the satellite image from 1800. And Fuego in Guatemala, we had continuous volcanic ash emissions observed at 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, and that was reported at 2000. And Dacono in Halmahera Island. Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Boy, that one is a tough one to say. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters from 2330. Next on the list is Popocatépetl, Central Mexico. Continuous volcanic ash observed to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 2330 last night or 11:30 p.m. their time. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 25,000 feet, 7,600 meters, reported at 2345 last night. And then we've got 9 for today, and let's go through them. Ibu, Dekono's friend in Indonesia, on that same island that's so hard to say. Hang on, it's discrete volcanic ash. It's discrete volcanic emissions, volcanic ash emissions. 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters. 15 minutes after midnight, and that is all right. Okay, Semeru, Java, East Java, Indonesia. Ground reported of eruptions with volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 2:15 a.m. and then again at 2 p.m. or 1400 if you like. And next one, Sangay in Ecuador, frequent to constant volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 3:45 a.m. and a possible volcanic ash emissions to same height, 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, at 1,500. Cotopaxi, which we already covered with that report, so we don't need to go over that. That was from 3:50 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, moderate volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 5 a.m. Fuego in Guatemala, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 7:45 a.m. And we have confirmed that already. It was very sporadic. Popocatépetl, back in there again. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 11:15 a.m. Then again from 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, and that was from 17:15. Sabancaya in Peru, weak puff emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters. There we go, not 70,000, but 7,000. And if it was 70,000, we'd be in trouble. Anyway, 11:45 was the time on that, and then intermittent ash emissions reported at 17:45. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed at or to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 16:15. And that is it for our volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. That is awesome as usual. And let us look at the time. Where are we time-wise? Well, we got enough time to go over and take a look at our next one. I hope everyone got their ice cream from the ice cream boat. Oh, hang on. Why is that not moving? That should be moving. There. Okay, now we're on it. It's moving. There's steam coming up. We see it. Yep, and yep, Yellowstone National Park. Over 500 active geysers there. Yellowstone, of course, being on a hotspot. And that is one of the few hotspots around the world. There are really only three hotspots. Actually, 2 in the United States, or is there 3? Two for sure, Hawaii and Yellowstone. I don't know if there's a third one, unless there's one in Alaska that I'm not aware of. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other places where we could have volcanic eruptions. And we know Alaska is one of the places where we get lots, and of course, any place that has a subduction zone will basically have the ability to produce a lot of volcanic stuff. Pretty interesting to note that. Anyway, sorry, Kananaskis country, there is no volcanoes in Swift Current. At least none that we know of. A matter of fact, I think Swift Current used to be part of the inland sea that we had there. But if you happen to find a volcano, let me know. I'm really interested in that. It's kind of my thing. Anyway, let's carry on with our other stuff. We've got a little bit of time to do our thing, and let's take a look at the earthquakes. And let me get on to the earthquake map. And there we go. Let's have a look around. So I mentioned that there weren't any really big ones out there. The biggest one that we've seen was a 5.4 here off the coast of Central America. That is kind of close to Peru, or not Peru. Wow, it's kind of out from Colombia, and this is Panama in here. So, and it is sitting right on the line, so it's kind of hard to say where you want to attribute it to, but that is this is the that's Cocos Plate and the Aztec Plate. So right in between the two is where it is. So that's kind of what we've got there. But let's start up here in the top Aleutian Islands, where we normally take a look at first. We didn't see anything new up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. I do see this one here, 4.0. And this is near islands, is what they call those. And that's 8:25 this morning, 10 kilometers down for that 4.0. If we take a quick peek out here at Tanaga Island, we do see some fresh quakes, but they are all very small, 2.0s, 3.4 kilometers down from 1912 for that one. The other one, 2.5 from 1912 as well, 4 clicks down. So there is still some activity there. There might be some hope for that to get an eruption yet. Not having much luck with Aniakchak here. It does have some small tremors in the area, 1.2, 1.4, and over there 1.7. So not going to worry about those so much. Looking at a Trident volcano, it is picked up a little bit more as far as activity, but again, very small tremors, and everything from a 0 to minus 0.8. Wow. I've never seen that before. I know zeros exist, but a minus a 0.48, there's another minus a 0.4. Okay, wild. All right, so those are non-existent quakes. With the what? Mars, some geologists believe that there's a weak hotspot in Arizona north of Flagstaff, but it hasn't been confirmed. You know, that would be interesting, and I don't really know. Like, okay, let's if we put the map on here. And Flagstaff is here, and you know, there could be something under there. But the other area that they've mentioned before is this area over here. Is it a Mono Lake? No. There's a Lake Tahoe somewhere in here. Where is Long Valley? It's Long Valley that's supposed to have the other one that they were talking about, and it's somewhere along the border here. it might be this region. I have no idea exactly where it is, but Long Valley was supposedly having one there as well. And again, it's one of those things. You kind of got to bite your tongue when you look at those and kind of wonder. Anyway, going down the coast, I don't see too much. We see a small one here, 4.9 Guatemala area. Is that on land? It's in the water. So that happened at 9 a.m., 54.8 kilometers down. We already looked at this 5.4 from 4:55 a.m., 10 clicks down. We do see a little more activity here in Chile, 4.4, and that is from 11:13, 93 kilometers down for that. 4.0 from 14:21, 35 clicks down. And the other one is 4.4 as well, 35 kilometers down. That's from yesterday at 22:23. This one is from today, though, at 14:21. So definitely different times for those quakes. We don't see anything wild happening here in the South Sandwich Island area. Here's our little quake that would have given us the spike. And I don't like seeing quakes right there. That is, oh, there's a couple of them. That is Christchurch right there. And that is just off the coast. There's Christchurch in New Zealand. And we have this one, 4.0. And that is at 13:37. And that is 19.5 kilometers down, or 19.7. The other one is 3.3 over there. From the 13:31, and that is at 17.5 kilometers down for that guy. So that might have shaken our Taupo and given our chart a little bit of a jolt. So that might have been what caused that. Let's see. We'll go here and Tonga. 4.9, 7:55 a.m., 75.5 kilometers down, out here near the Samoan Islands, and Samoa. 14:03 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down. The other one in Fiji here, 4.2, 2:04 a.m. And what was the depth on that? 10 clicks. This one, on the other hand, 587.6 kilometers down from that. So let's carry on. Don't see anything in most of Indonesia with the exception of this. That's a 4.7, and that is from 1:46 a.m. and that is 151.2 kilometers down. We do see one off the coast of Japan. That is a 4.7 from 12:25, 14.1 kilometers down. We don't see anything else going up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Moving over, I'm going to zoom out, look for other ones. We have no activity there in Turkey or Afghanistan, those places. And nothing around where a piggy is. This one, of course, was from 3 days ago, so we're not going to worry about that. Let's have a quick peek at Hawaii. And Hawaii is interesting, but I think I'm going to save that for after the break. Look at what we got there. Something's happening to Kilauea. I'm thinking Kilauea might come back to life. What do you think? We'll see. Anyway, rumblings at Kilauea. There is one up on Mauna Loa, just to look at it, 2.2. And I don't think that's doing much. 7:09 a.m. and that is 1.2 kilometers up into the mountain above sea level. All right, let's take a break, and we will be back after the break with more lovely stuff. And we'll, I'm hoping. Of course, I'll end up getting the job, and I'll be busy when things are blowing up. Have you seen today's update. Yep, I seen the one that you sent in to me. Thank you, Mars. And I did read it briefly. And interesting. I'll be back after the break, you guys. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And I'm sure there's going to be more. Anyway, there's Canon Ask Us Country. Thank you, and appreciate that. And Mars 2028 as well. Awesome, and thanks very much for those welcome backs. And I know Sharon Stewart's going to come along with I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And Teresa, welcome, and hopeful always welcome back, and thank you very kindly. Anyway, let's get back over to our wonderful earthquakes in Hawaii, and take a look and see what we got. We'll deal with the Pahala area first as we zoom in on that a little bit. And we do have quite a few quakes going on there. Very interesting to see all of them. And kind of, as Mars 2028 said, things that make you go, Anyway. Let's go through these. Pahala area, typically between 26 and 37 kilometers down. So we'll hit them all. We'll see what we got. 2.6, 202 this morning. There is a 1.5 from 1519. Next one here is a 1.5 from 1049. And next is another 1.9 from 1541, and a 2.3 out here in the water from 5:20 a.m. Now let's get this segment over here. We'll start out over this side. 1.9, 1746 was the time on that. 1.6 there from 1638. Bigger one here, 2.3 from 1834. Let's grab the strangler. 1.8 from 1706. Then this guy here, 1.7 from 1410. 2.2 from 749. 2.0 from 1:44 a.m. This one is a 1.9 from 6:31. This is a 1.8 from 6:33, and this 1.8 from 1:26 a.m. Then we'll grab that. 1.9 from 15:45, and next one is a 2.0 from 5:16 a.m. and this one 1.9 from 6:37. Sliding over a little bit, we'll grab these three. 2.1 from 15:14, and then we've got this, on that one, 1.9 from 4:21 a.m. and this guy here, 1.7 from 8:18 a.m. And moving over to our Kilauea area out of the Pahala region. We already got this guy up here on Mauna Loa, 2.2 from 7:09 a.m. and that's well up into the mountain. So 1.2 kilometers up. These other ones here, they are all variable in depth, so we'll mention those. This is a 1.8 from yesterday at 21:22. It came in at about 800 meters below sea level. We can zoom in just a tad more here and look at these other ones. I think we'll start down here. This is 2.5, a little bit bigger, 5:43 a.m., 1.6 kilometers below sea level. This one is 0.2, 1.1 clicks down from 6:22. This one is from 6:18, and that is a 0.7, and it's 1.3 clicks below sea level. 0.3 from 2.6 kilometers below sea level, 6:42 a.m. That takes care of those guys. Let's grab these ones over here. 1.4 from yesterday at 21:14, 1.4 kilometers down below sea level. This one is a 1.8 from 4:48 a.m. and 900 meters below sea level. This is a 2.2 from yesterday at 22:40. Came in at 206, no, hang on, 2.6 kilometers down, not 206, 2.6 below sea level. And this one is on the edge of a caldera here. 20 minutes after midnight, 2.4 kilometers below sea level. So definitely something happening at Kilauea. And we do see this one, 1.8 from 4:48 this morning and 900 meters below sea level. This one in the caldera, 0.3, and that is from 2006 yesterday, and that is a 1.7 kilometers below sea level. Did we get that guy? 0.4? No, I don't think so. 5:42 a.m., 200 meters below sea level. And we'll grab that one right in the middle of the caldera there. And that is a 2.0 from 3:16 a.m., 1.1 kilometer below sea level. And then this one is a 1.3 kilometers down for this one from yesterday at 20:01, and that was a 0.2. Next one is a 0.5, and today's at 16:29, 1.6 kilometers below sea level. And then we've got a few out here on the edge, kind of wondering, that's kind of an odd place for them, but hey, why not? 1.6 and 16:38 for him, and 1.3 kilometers below sea level. Then a small 0.4, 11:37 was the time on it, and 3.1 kilometers down. This one is a 2.7 from 9:13, 3.9 clicks down for him, 1.9, and that is from 11:37. And that is 3.9 kilometers down as well. This one is 0.8 from 12:20, and that is 3.3 clicks down. This one is a 0.5, and that is 2.9 kilometers down from 11:50 a.m. Next one is a 0.7 from 12:06, 3 kilometers below sea level. So that is our quakes for our Kilauea area as well. And you know, when we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, just right in that whole area. So a little bit of a swarm if you count that one, 21. And seeing that, a little bit of a movement there. So that is pretty good. Scott Hartman is leaving. Good night, Scott. You take care. And I hear you, Sharon Stewart. Anyway, all good. Since you didn't say it, I had to get it in there. Had to steam some veggies. You're back. Oh, awesome. All right, so there is our wonderful earthquakes for around the world. Very interesting to see the increased activity there, and that is all cool. So we do like it. Let's take a look at what is happening in our Canary Islands, not the other ones, not the Azores. This is the Canary Islands. Let's refresh that though. I want to get current stuff from the Canaries. There we go. So this one, of course, happened yesterday at 1933, a 3.6. That was 20 kilometers down. We do have another one here near Lisbon. This is brand new. From 1533 today, 34 kilometers down, 2.6 in magnitude, and that is all good. And let's go take a look and see what we've got happening in the islands themselves. We do know this one was in here from the other day. That's a 3.0. Oh, hang on, this is a new one, and that's 33 minutes after midnight. Cool. Brand new one, so we might have more action happening there. Anyway, that guy is 15 kilometers down, so I don't know if it's really going to do much. But those other ones are there. We'll not worry about them. That could be some, there's a seamount in here, and that could be from that action underneath, way underneath there, and from that seamount. But anyway, let's go and take a look at La Palma. That's the important place we want to go to. And of course, we got a 1.3, which is not the one that's flashing. That's from 2:26 a.m., 11 kilometers down for that one. The other one is a 1.2, and it is saying 4 kilometers down, and that's from 1855. Now that's sitting underneath that lava flow, and I'm wondering if 4 kilometers could be considered a compression from all the weight of that lava. But you never know. It's hard to tell, but I suspect it to be compression from weight, because that is in the flow areas. If we get a little closer, well, we can't really, but oh, why did that go funny? All right, there we go. Anyway, that is what we've got there for our Canary Islands. And in my mind, these cooking jobs just take 5 minutes. Reality gets, what? Reality says, get real. Ah, sure, that only takes 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes to boil your potatoes. Oh, hang on. No, we're not using microwaves, are we? Anyway, that is our wonderful Canary Islands, and let's leave them be. We will get over to our SO2 map, and we can go have a look at it. I'm going to refresh it before I go there, and there we go. Refreshed, and I'm kind of chuckling at something. The wind currents have played a game with this SO2. That was over here yesterday. And the wind, this moved up, and it got pushed back. And it's now in the Aleutian Islands heading back towards Russia. And we see some of that already happening there. So pretty cool, and we like that. Anyway, what was it? It wasn't, hang on, Klyushevskoy volcano is there. That is causing some of that plume. So that's what's the new one there. And of course, that is what it's doing. That's why we are getting snow, Dr. Fox. No, the wind currents wouldn't have anything to do with snow for you, would they? Anyway, we see that massive low here, and then we got another low sitting right in here, twirling things around. And I think there might be another low in here somewhere as well. But yeah, our weather is all messed up this year. Anyway, we are seeing that low, twirling it around. Hopefully there's some rain washing that SO2 out of the sky as it's going through there. And we see the other portions here in Manitoba and Saskatchewan really heavily, and of course still up in the northern portions of Nunavut and of course Northwest Territories. But most of the ash has dissipated, so there are no more ash warnings as per se, but still very, very heavy SO2s levels, and we see the only area that's really getting spared is eastern Canada. So Sue is lucky, but we do see some of that streaming out of there, and it's heading across Maine and I guess New Hampshire, those states. Anyway, we do see it having passed most of our Greenland, just sitting on the eastern coast now, and it is getting out here past Svalbard Island and getting into the northern portions of Russia. So going back to where it came from eventually. But I'm kind of liking this because that is a return to sender scenario. That all had flowed over here and it got turned around and is heading back. So very interesting. There's that low. That's what I was looking for. It's drawing it back, and very interesting to see it kind of scoot through the Bering Sea here and go back to Russia. Anyway, let's go look at the other areas. This is down in Mexico, Popocatépetl and Mexico City working together to create that. And we see that plume is out there. That is also partially as a result from the stuff from Nicaragua dumping out. And not so much coming from Nevado del Ruiz here, or our Reventador in Ecuador, but they are showing. And Sabancaya also not off-gassing as much today. And looking at our stuff from Chile, yep, definitely still going back into Argentina, but not so bad. So that is it for North and South America. Looking at White Isle Volcano out there in New Zealand, we see the plume heading over top of New Zealand, but it's not that heavy, so I'm not going to really concern myself with it. Oil refinery here is doing its thing. Not ash, just snow. Well, that snow will take the SO2 out, and then once the snow melts, it'll recreate the SO2 or let it set it free again. So snow captures it, and then snow will release it once it melts. Anyway, we see the stuff there north of Sydney from the coking plants. And Tofua out here, not that much. I don't know if they're getting rain, but it's really not doing so much. Yasur has picked up the pace just a little bit, and definitely has some SO2 happening from it. Eoba and Gawa are doing their thing here in Vanuatu, and of course Papua New Guinea doing their thing, pretty normal. And Luto, what is it? Anyway, I'm trying to say it correctly. Lutololak. There we go. Still continuing to do its thing. And that is not actually going too far. It looks like it's just about done in here. But Semeru is definitely spreading its goodness all over East Java, including here on Bali. And then the stuff from Semeru, not bad. Arla saying, haha, I missed your weather forecast on the west coast. We have from 70 to 90 kilometer an hour winds, and lots of power outages. That's why I wasn't here. My hubby's stuck up at work. Trees on the road. Arliss, that is too bad. We haven't done the weather report. We're just doing the SO2 report right now. Anyway, that is from Java. We'll get to our weather in a little bit. Most of this is from Jakarta, and that is because of the way the winds are blowing it out there. Because Krakatau is not blowing out that much SO2. And looking at the other ones here, Sinabung and Kerinci and Merapi are doing okay. And Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing. And by the way, hello Arliss. Glad to have you on board. Looking at Mayon and Bulasan working away, and Taal obviously in the mix as well. Same thing goes for the rest of the population there in the Philippines. Pretty heavy stuff. Not so bad in Taiwan. We do see a little bit down here pluming off of Suwanosi-jima. A little bit extra there from our wonderful Sakurajima. If we go up a little bit, You can see a little bit around ASO. It is continuing to do its thing. And if we go over here towards Tokyo, and we can see the winds are blowing from west to east, and a lot of that SO2 is actually from Asama. And getting up here, so as I mentioned, the Playushevskoy as the volcano that's responsible for most of this. Ferries are just starting to run now. Oh wow. I forgot where you're actually at there, Arliss. Hopefully that things are okay there. Anyway, we do see a fair amount of SO2 there in South Africa, into Mozambique as well, but that is coming from the gold smelting plants. DR Congo, not so bad today. Urta Ale showing a little bit, but nothing much. And we see our stuff here in Saudi Arabia. They do still have rain, so their central regions are a little bit more clear, but we do see where the oil refineries are, Kuwait, and the ones on the cities in Saudi Arabia, as well as Iraq and Iran. And that is kind of it for there. Not sure why we got so much up here. And this is, where is that? And that's Kazakhstan. I wonder what's going on there. Where did that come from? That's a little bit odd. Anyway, let's take a look here. Looks like most of this is from Mount Etna. And of course, Stromboli is working its little bit of magic as well. Some of these odd plumes, they can be coming from a lot of places. Yeah, I don't think this is from Kamchatka yet. I think this is just their own doing there. It definitely looks like a lot of SO2 that they've dumped in there. Let's just take a look there. Yeah, well, it's not that heavy, but still heavy enough to make a definite noticeable cloud. The oil wells in Kazakhstan, it's possible. But isn't that where our big Russian, hang on, where's the rocket launching facility? Isn't it somewhere down here, or is it over here more? I know it's here somewhere in the bottom end of Kazakhstan, but I have no idea exactly where it is. And looking at, of course, our stuff up here, as I mentioned before, it's starting to get into the European stuff, but Russia is getting most of it back, and it definitely is over Svalbard, and of course we're going to have some gray snow there in Greenland. So that is it for our SO2 report for today. We will come back after the break and we will do our wonderful weather, whether we like it or not, and keep smiling. And for those good people who haven't yet hit the like button, please give it a quick bump. It would be awesome. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you're a good person. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break, and then I'm going to be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. So don't go away. Keep smiling. It's bunny check time. I'm going to see if the bunnies are there. I'll be back. microphone is back on. This time I made sure I looked at it. Anyway, welcome and welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, Sue and Cananascus country for the welcome backs. And I'm sure Sharon is cooking away since it only takes 5 minutes. Anyway, oh, she does hear me. I hear you, DrFox2000. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Got that out. Anyway, lovely lava. Thank you, our wonderful Teresa. Appreciate that. Oh, Canada, welcome back. That is awesome. Awesome. And, okay, so let's get at our weather map and see what it is doing for today. And see who has got the storms and things. Arliss said that I have no idea where Arliss is, but saying the ferry services weren't running and stuff. Hopefully she's okay. Anyway, we see a bunch of lows out here in the Pacific, 3 in a row. Boom, boom, boom. And one right off the coast, of course, making things miserable and yucky. Oh, you're on Quadra Island. Oh, I've been to Quadra Island. I used to live in Oyster River, Arliss. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that. Quadra Island is right there. There's a Quadra Island. And that is pretty awesome. And yeah, it can get nasty there. Yep, Vancouver Island. Campbell River, Quadra Island. Pretty awesome. As I used to live in Oyster River as a kid. There's a Black Creek, and this is Oyster River right there. And I used to live somewhere right here, what they now call 19A, the old highway. But that's where it used to be, out there. Pretty awesome, if I've got the right spot. Yeah, that should be, because Courtney is here. Yep, Black Creek. And yeah, some friends of ours used to live on Black Creek. It was funny because if you zoom in on a real close-in shot, when they homesteaded and bought the land they bought 80 acres there. So that was basically two 40-acre plots. They bought it because there was a creek going through it, Black Creek. What they didn't know, though, was Black Creek. Snowbirds are in Courtney, but can't fly. Okay. Yeah, in Black Creek, though, it was funny because we went out to visit them, and they said back in the day when they bought it, they had no idea, but they were looking for a good place to put their house, and they cleared some land, and they found on Black Creek that there was actually a small, I wouldn't really call it a lake, but it's probably about 200 feet wide by 100 feet long, kind of thing, a wide place where it was like a little lake, if you want to call it that. Anyway, we went there during spawning season, and you could literally walk over that lake. That lake was probably about 30 feet deep, but you could literally walk over it because there was so many salmon in there that it didn't matter where you looked or where you stepped, they were that thick. It was incredible the amount of salmon that they had there. Our military guys. Oh, okay. Cool, Arliss. Yeah, and I remember as a kid seeing the Argos and the jets and everything else flying around and coming out of Courtney and Comox area. All cool. All right, anyway, let's, no reminiscing. Let's go back to looking at weather. Looks a little warmer up here in Alaska, which is really nice. And of course, we see these lows twirling here, as I mentioned. So we got 3 lows in a row, but we also have some highs to protect those areas. And that high, of course, spinning the wrong way. And that high is not doing the coastline any good because it's drawing the cold air downward. And that is pretty interesting. Looks like some nice temperatures, though, for Alaska. And at least not 40 below or anything like that. Looking at what we see here in Yukon, not bad, and we are a minus or plus 5, plus 6 in some of those places, really warm. Same thing goes for Northwest Territories. They do still have some below freezing areas, but that's what we got. It's actually colder in some places in BC than it is there up in the Yukon. Vancouver coming in at about 7 degrees right now. Bob's place down there on the rock, he's about, looks like about 6 or 7 for Bob. And Arliss, of course, has got some warmer temperatures, about 6 or 7 as well. And moving over, we'll take a look at Edmonton. Edmonton, 2 degrees right now, not so warm. Calgary, minus 2 degrees, which is not so warm either. Lethbridge is minus 1. And Kananaskis country there at Swift Current at minus 5. And snow. Was hail earlier. Well, hail. And looks like a minus 1 in Winnipeg, with looking like lots of wind because of that low sitting there, making all kinds of stuff. And that is probably why Judy was without power for a while. And she's out here, of course. And then we take a look at the rest of the area. We see very cold around the Great Lakes, or sorry, cold around the Hudson's Bay. That's what I was looking for. A little warmer over here on the Quebec side, but still fairly cold all the way around. And you can kind of see where that low is sitting, and that is on the end of Lake Superior. And that is going to end up giving people lots of snow and stuff. Chicago still 12 degrees, which is nice. Detroit is coming in at 10. London is about 7 or 8. Toronto a little cooler on only 5 degrees. Ottawa is 6. Montreal 5. Quebec City is 0. And we get over to the eastern portions, we do see down to about minus 4 degrees Celsius there. And New Brunswick, with the coastal area about 2-3 degrees. Halifax coming in at about 5, and probably about 5 or 7 at Cole Harbour. My map might be off a little bit. Looking at what we've got there, is it 9 o'clock already? Oh, that's showing for 9 p.m. I wonder if that's a difference. Anyway, minus 1, minus 2, and portions of Newfoundland, not so nice, and a little bit warmer on the Avalon Peninsula, but looking at most of Labrador, anywhere from about 0 to, well, +1 to -1. How about that? Northern portions of Quebec down to a -4 in the northern places, and this area here is 6 or 7 below. There's some colder stuff with 8 or 9 below. So fairly cool there. And let's see, what we've got in Portland is about 7 degrees, 8 degrees right now. Eugene about 9. As we go down, we see things warming up. Looks like San Jose 15, Sacramento coming in at about 19. Sharon Stewart's place is probably about 16 or so right now as far as the Celsius scale goes. Los Angeles 21 degrees, and that is nice, and it looks like about 27 there in Death Valley. Nice place to go to warm up. 22 in Mexicali. Phoenix coming in at 22. Tucson is at 20 degrees. Albuquerque, New Mexico sitting at about 10. Looks like it's warmer down here in Texas. We do see Corpus Christi about 24 degrees right now. San Antonio 24 as well, 22 in Houston, Austin 21, and looks like about 20 in Dallas. And Oklahoma City coming in at 16 right now. Little Rock, Arkansas 19. And we know we've got some stormy stuff in here. We'll see that in a few minutes. 21 there in New Orleans. Miami 24, Orlando coming in about 20, Jacksonville 20, Atlanta is about 21 degrees, Charlotte, North Carolina 19 degrees, 21 there for Grandma B and Raleigh, and looks like Philadelphia's in the cold stuff. We can see the cutoff there. New York 10 degrees, Boston only 8, so big differences. Cancun, Mexico coming in about 26. We do see some very high temps there along the inside of the Yucatan Peninsula. And Mexico City 16, 17, depending on where you point your hamster. And 34 degrees there. That looks like about the warmest I've seen so far on the map. 34, what about on this side? 33. So not bad. Halifax is on the left side of the harbor, Dartmouth on the right. Cole Harbor is the east side of Dartmouth. Okay. The east side of Dartmouth. Alright, that is confusing. That would be in the water. Mazatlan coming in at 20 degrees. And we do see that cold was trying to get down here, but didn't make it, and Mexico was just getting too hot. Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in here. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so there is where it is, and okay, where is all right, where is it? There's Halifax, there's Dartmouth. And you're to the, Cole Harbor is there. Right there. All right, that is Cole Harbor. All right, I found it. I see that. Sue's waving from her place right there. All right, now we know where she lives. Darn it. Perfect. Okay, let's continue on here. So yeah, warm in Central America there, and getting down to, you got to remember it's already evening though, so things have already cooled off a bunch. 28, 29 in the lowlands there of Colombia, and the jungle areas are down anywhere from about 24 to about 29 degrees, depending on where you point. Oh, well, maybe 27. A little bit warmer there in Venezuela, and that is not bad, but of course the higher elevations, definitely a little on the cooler side, but looks like about 28, 29 some of those places. Amazon Basin holding at 25 to about 27 degrees for right now, 28 in some spots, and not so bad in Peru, a little cooler there in Bolivia. And looks like the jungle areas there about 18, 19, up to about 24, depending on where you are. And looks like it's also cooler in Paraguay. Wow, bottom end at about 12 degrees. And the top end here about 18 and 19. Not so good looking for some of those places. And Rio de Janeiro is still about 20 degrees. Sao Paulo only about 11. And as we progress downward here, Buenos Aires coming in at 14, Paysandú only 11 as well. Looks like, wow, 9 degrees, 10 degrees for Uruguay. We do see the warmer temps, though, trying to infiltrate and get back down to the bottom, so we do see some nicer temperatures for some of those areas in the bottom portions of Argentina. San Diego, there is only 11 degrees right now. That is not very warm for those guys. Sliding over, taking a look at Christchurch, 14, down on the bottom here, a little bit warmer, up to 17 in some spots on the south end of the South Island. And we see that nasty low there doing its thing. Wellington, about 17 degrees right now. Hastings coming in at about 19, and Taupo coming in at what? About 15 degrees right now. And the Bay of Plenty sitting around 19, 20 degrees. And looking at Auckland, about 21. Some places might be slightly warmer on the peninsula, but right in that ballpark. And looking at New Zealand, or not New Zealand, Tasmania, Hobart, 17. Looks like the eastern side of the island is a lot warmer, and this time around, west side is likely getting some more rain or something. We'll see. About 18, 19 in Melbourne for Leo. Same over in Adelaide. A little warmer in Sydney, coming in at 20 degrees. Brisbane, about 25. Home of Oz. Very nice Oz. Beautiful temperatures there. Looking in the outback up here, 33 seems to be the high temps. Mexico still got you beat. And that is what we've got there. And yep, and going to Perth, having a look there, 23 degrees. Haven't seen Leo for a while. Yeah, he did make some comments on my other videos, so he's likely busy working or something. But he is around, so he's still kicking. He did make comments on my last videos that I posted yesterday or day before, so I know he's there. Looks like 27, 28 for Fiji area. Same thing with New Caledonia. About the same for Vanuatu. Nothing too serious there. Here we may get higher temps. No, 33, 34. Okay, that is awesome on Papua New Guinea. That's tying with Mexico now, 34 degrees. So we know where the hot spots are. And then over on the Indonesian side, 30, 31, 32. And I don't see any 34s over there. Moving on, taking a look at some of the other wonderful islands. They are pretty normal for this time of year. Ooh, warm there in our wonderful Java. Looks like 29, 30 degrees in a lot of places. Excellent temperatures, and it's still fairly early in the day, so I'm sure they'll be cooking a whole bunch by the end of the day. And looking at 30s there as well, and Sumatra. Some of the other areas here in the other islands are definitely quite warm. And Bangkok, 34 it says right in here. So Bangkok is tying what we've got in Mexico. And that is pretty hot. What about along the coast here? Wow, we are seeing some awesome temperatures, 35, 36 degrees. Is that Cambodia right there? I don't know what country that is. This long one. No, Cambodia, I think it might be this one or that one. Which country is that? Anyone know offhand what country that is? Anyway, they got up to 37, 38 degrees in spots. That is definitely the record for today. I might have to go take a look at the other map and see if it'll give me labels. But yeah, that is pretty, might be Vietnam. Yeah, it could be Vietnam. I am not 100% certain. I've never been over to this part of the world, so I really don't know. I know that's Myanmar. Good morning, Vietnam! All right. Anyway, we do see some very hot temperatures out in this island too, up to 36 and maybe even 37 degrees. That is pretty awesome. Let's take a look at Manila, 31, 32 for them as well, 34 in some of the other spots. So yes, it is Vietnam. Thank you, Arliss. So that is Vietnam. Yeah, that's some awesome temperatures, up to 38 degrees. They get the cookie today for hot temperature. Japan looks like it's starting to warm up too. Kagoshima is sitting at 19. We do see some warmer temperatures in here though, up to 24 degrees. Tokyo coming in at 24. We see a 28 up here, 27, 28 in some of those places. Nice temps. Beautiful. Sapporo, though, still only sitting at about 9 or 10. They are getting that cold air from across the pond. And there's that low that's driving all that, pulling that cold air down. Kamchatka Peninsula, still on the eastern side, up to 10 in some spots. Western side, not quite as warm. And some places actually below freezing. So pretty neat to see. And wow, it's getting hot there in Sri Lanka, 27, 28, 29. Delhi coming in at 24. Let's see, 35s over here in eastern India. They are starting to see some hot weather. That is what we got cooking there. Cape Town, only 12 right now. We see South Africa a lot cooler. It's winter's coming for them. And South Central Africa doing okay. Let's see what we got in the Sahara. I don't think they can hit 38 degrees Celsius though, from what we look here. No, not that cold or not that hot. So we still are seeing that colder temperature up here in Morocco as well as Algeria and Tunisia, and looks like Libya warmed up a little bit more, but cold coming back into northern Egypt, and that is compliments of what's coming from Turkey. UAE still not really warmed up that much, anywhere from about 21 to 24 degrees. A little bit more temps there in Oman. And weather, what? Rabat? Weather at Rabat. Rabat is 16 degrees Celsius. Where the heck is Rabat? Is that like a rabbit? Cairo, I said 12 or 13. Yep. Baghdad coming in at 21. And Harrisburg. Oh, Rabat is in Morocco? Okay. We see some almost zeros there in parts of Turkey. Malatya, not so warm today, 6 degrees there. Adana coming in at about 13. Piggy's Place over here on the island of Kos coming in at about 15 or 16 degrees right now. That is not bad. And going up to Athens, we see 11 degrees. Still not that warm there. And it looks like a little bit warmer in Sicily, starting to warm up. Radanzo coming in about 7 or 8 degrees right now. And that is all right. And we move up a little bit, and we'll see what Naples is. Coming in at 13, and Rome coming in at 9, and Milano up here coming in at 11, so that's not bad for those guys. Looks like Lisbon, not so warm, 14, and we got a 15 over in Madrid. Aurelio's Place is 10 degrees, that's not that bad, so looks like it's warmer up here in the mountains. We do see this area here, of course, getting better temperatures than some of the other places, with 13 degrees, 15 degrees. Nantes only coming to 6 today, and 5 in Paris. Munich 4 degrees, going up a little bit. Frankfurt is 6. Cologne coming in at 7. Yvonne Kunkel's house is 7. We've got about 3 degrees there in Luxembourg for our OFU Lux. And then, of course, 6 there in Brussels. And that, of course, Belgium. And warmer there in Holland. We can see that much warmer air. 9 degrees there in Amsterdam. Berlin coming in at 9. Hamburg is 7. And of course, Copenhagen coming in at 8. Aarhus 8 as well. And looking up here, seeing Oslo is 3. Stockholm is 6. St. Petersburg coming in at 4. And Moscow is about 5 degrees right now. Let's have a look at England. We see London is 6, and looks like about the same there in most of Wales. A couple of spots along the coast a little bit warmer, other areas slightly cooler, so that's what we got there. Leeds coming in at about 7. Glasgow making it to 5 right now, 4 or 5 in Aberdeen. Some of the interior, though, down to the 0 mark or even below. And looking at Dublin, it looks like about 8 degrees there. And likely about 7 degrees there for our good Irish monk. And I hope that is all good. And then we get out onto the wonderful Reykjavik out here in Iceland, coming in at about 4 degrees or so from the looks of it. So that's about the same area. It says 7. Wow, that's a big difference. So I don't know, 4, 7, you guys pick. Yeah, it is. They are getting warm air from the south and cold air from the north. Compliments of the weather systems in the area. That high sitting over top of Greenland is unlikely the culprit pushing that air down. There's got to be another low in here somewhere. There's a high here circulating that way, but there's got to be a low going the other way around. Where is that low? It's almost like it's in here, or just the way it's bending right now. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break. I know I went a little long with this, but we will take a break. And when we come back, we're going to do precipitation, and we do have some storms to talk about. So, yeah, especially Vancouver Island, there's that nasty low there, and we can see what's going on in the west coast, as well as the Great Lake region, and down here going across the U.S. and over here in Newfoundland. But that's okay. Anyway, don't go away. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and then we will finish off our precipitation, and we will get at the rest of the hunting for the cold temp, since we found the warm temp. And I'll be back. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Thanks. microphone is back on, and welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hey all, is Doc streaming now? Yeah, I've been streaming for the last 3.5, 4 hours there, Frajola, and welcome back, and glad to have you on board. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars in Kananaska's country as well. Right on cue. There you go. Anyway, yeah, the questions that you guys had about are, yep, it is. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Yeah. Yeah, Suzette, or Susie as I call her, she is definitely okay. I received emails from her at about 2 a.m. and she is okay. No damage right at her place or anything. But the region where she is, they did have a bunch of places that had damage. Currently in Iceland, currently in Iceland, Frijola woke up to try and see the northern lights, but no dice. No, it's not very good looking there weather-wise. Yeah, you might want to check Talk's stream in case you want to look for the weather. But all cool, and of course we are showing the archive footage of Siggy Fisher. Hopefully you can enjoy that. Anyway, that's good that she hasn't had any damage. Yeah, it definitely is. If there was anything, there was a break in the clouds for a little while, but nothing. Not enough aurora activity. Okay. That makes sense, Frijola. Anyway, let's get back over. We're going to pause our wonderful lava, and we'll even kick it back just a tad here. And we will go over and take a look at the precipitation map for today. Thank you, Teresa. Anyway, looking at what we've got going on, we don't see a heck of a lot up here in Alaska. We do see a storm out here. Remember I said those 3 lows in a row, boom, boom, boom. There they are. So storm there, and of course the other storm on the coast. And that is, I'm surprised it's not getting the Queen Charlotte's as much, but that is what we are seeing here. And of course the ferry services and stuff from Quadra Island. There's Campbell River. The ferry goes across over on this end. Lots and lots of rain and snow up on the higher elevations. Ice rain a little further in, and that is not so good. Weird storm in the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, I will take a look at that in a minute. Lots of snow in British Columbia and the Rockies, and of course the rest of British Columbia looks like they're getting a fair pile of bad weather as well. Foothills here in Alberta definitely getting some, and we've got a very nasty tail end of a system here hitting Saskatchewan and down in bottom end of Manitoba, which has also got snow going into Montana, North Dakota, and as we get into Minnesota and those areas, and around the Great Lakes, lots of stuff going on. Hope Tom is safe, and looks like it passed over a little bit already over top of Milwaukee area and is now heading more eastward, so not sure where that is going to end up going. We do see snow up here in the northern portions of Quebec and in Labrador, as well as looking right here, we see kind of a, almost looks like an elongated or a double low, if you want to call it that, over Newfoundland, they've got snow and ice rain, and it's just touching onto Nova Scotia here, and not so bad for around Cole Harbour. Here's another nasty storm out in the Atlantic. So we've got a few storms there as things are changing, and that is the summer is coming, and that's what we see. So now this one here in the west, of course, that is going all the way down just about to the bottom of Oregon. So Washington definitely getting nailed. And I've lived through some of these storms, so when Arliss says it's a bad storm, I've been out there on Vancouver Island. When we lived there, I remember when the highway got flooded out and things like that. Definitely, as a kid, definitely bad weather there. Anyway, we see this system here. I'm glad there's nothing on the eastern side of the U.S. and nothing on the southern ends either. A little snow in Colorado and Wyoming, but nothing major now. Yesterday, we know that we had some pretty nasty stuff skirt along the line here, right along Oklahoma City, and go through Tulsa. But we see now San Antonio's got a storm, and then we've got this nasty stuff sitting just south of Waco, and looks like Austin is in the midst of it, a College Station, and they are likely to get a tornadic activity there as well. They've got the winds pushing in from the south, the warm stuff, and here you've got northern winds. So all along this stretch, and, you know, that's a good producer. Little Rock, Arkansas area, nasty. And then of course going up as you go up all the way here, going all the way through all of these states. Unfortunately, tornado season is upon them. Hopefully everyone will fare well and nothing major will happen, but I know those storms can be nasty. Looks like Mexico's got some rain happening, and looks like Cuba and Dominican Republic over here is got some, and let's see, Haiti, that area, everybody's getting some rain, and South America, and looks like a rain in Venezuela, and of course Colombia, and a chunk of Peru and Ecuador, and of course the Guianas over here as well, and majority of the jungle areas of Brazil. Looks like we've got a big clear patch though, going into the other areas through no rain or storms there in Bolivia, or Paraguay, or Uruguay, or most of northern portions of Argentina. It's not till you get down to the very bottom here. But Chilean coast, yeah, it is definitely getting nasty there. And here's that low from yesterday that moved over and is now giving a bunch of stormy weather for our good folks there in New Zealand. So anywhere from central portions of the South Island all the way up to the northern island, very top, looking pretty nasty there. So hopefully everyone will fare well as that moves across. It will likely move right across the North Island, and we'll see how that goes. And here's Tasmania. They've got some rain in the west, looks drier in the east, some coastal rains in the bottom of Australia. Nothing directly in Melbourne, Adelaide, or Sydney. Not even Brisbane. I'm not showing any rain there. Perth, definitely nothing. Going over here, we see some rain in Fiji, northern portions of Vanuatu, getting into the Solomon Islands, those areas, and of course Papua New Guinea, and a good chunk of eastern Indonesia. Not so bad. It looks like Bali's got some rain there. A little bit along the edges of Java and Sumatra and the northern portions. Some rain there. And it looks like a little bit there in Thailand and these other smaller countries as well, including Vietnam. Looks like Hong Kong has got some rain and storm stuff. And of course in the Philippines. Manila looks okay, but in the southern islands definitely got some bad weather. And the south end of Japan has got that low sitting off in the East China Sea, and they are dealing with their weather there. So that's what we've got cooking there. Then we see another system twirling around here, drawing in that colder air from the continent, and that is because of this high there. I don't know if this is a low. That actually looks more like a high sitting here, but that's close to the equator, so that always messes me up. Anyway, it looks like northern portions of Japan not so bad, but once we get up here in the Kuril Islands and the northern areas here in Russia, they are definitely getting some snow there. Kamchatka Peninsula, yep, the colder side definitely getting snow as well. And looking at the Indian Ocean here, definitely getting some rain, a little bit of rain in India, not so bad. And we are seeing the coastal stuff for what the heck is that? Madagascar. What is Madagascar called today? Anyway, not so bad in the southern portions. It's too cold to rain there. And of course rain and a few thunderstorms in the central portions of Africa. A little bit of rain left here in Saudi Arabia, not that much, but that's okay. And a little bit up in Morocco, as well as what is that country? That's Tunisia. This is Algeria? No, something like that. Anyway, some rain out here in the Mediterranean. That island, what ate Freddy? Oh, the island that ate Freddy. Madagascar was mad. Anyway, we do see some thunderstorms and activity like that in the eastern portions of Turkey, and going up in that area. So around the that's the Black Sea there. Yeah. Caspian Sea, Black Sea. Yeah, right around the Black Sea. Seems to be very busy. No rain for Piggy, so that's okay. And it looks like Sicily, no rain right now. Northern portions of Italy and into the Italian Alps and into Switzerland, they are seeing some rain and snow up there. Nothing over there in Portugal or Spain. Looks like the Canary Islands are faring okay right now. A little bit of rain in the southeastern portion of France and up along the Belgium border up in the north. Belgium and then Holland are getting some rain, and then of course this strip in Germany. And looks like Denmark is okay. And of course we are looking at the bottom end of Norway, not bad. Most of Sweden is okay. Finland, with the exception of the top here, that stuff in the northern Norway, Norwegian fjords and stuff, they're good for producing a lot of stormy activity. England, real quick, we do see Norwich over here getting some heavy rains all the way into London. Leeds is getting some, and that is not that bad though from the looks of it. Nothing in Ireland, and it looks like Scotland is okay, and a little bit of rain over here in Wales. So that's about it there. And let's see what Iceland's got. Well, northern portions have got some rain and snow happening. Not that much though. Seems to be that a stretch along there. And that is about it for our precipitation for today. And let's zoom back out, and you know, we can start to see the development of that worldwide storm going across here, the equator area again. So interesting to see that. But yeah, some big storms out in the Atlantic as well as out here in the Pacific. And it actually looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 lows. Boom, 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 all the way across. So not so good for those guys. And like I say, I hope the farewell down there in New Zealand. Let's put it back on temperatures. We'll find the lowest temperature, since we found the hottest temperature of 38 degrees Celsius there in Vietnam. We'll find the lowest temperature on the planet, and that'll be down here in Antarctica. And so far I see minus 75 degrees. That is plenty cold. Minus 75, and I don't see any minus 76s though. If we zoom in, will we find one? Minus 7. Oh, I see one right there. Minus 76. Do we have any minus 77s? No. Minus 76 it shall be. That's the coldest temperature I found. All right, let's see if I zoom out and look in a couple other places. Maybe I'll find something colder. 50s, 60s, 64, no, 65. Oh, there's some cold right there. Minus 71. No, that's just a very small little patch there. And yeah, it's in here. There's a cold streak across there. So yeah, minus 76. I think I'm going to go with that. And that is our cold temperature for today. So minus 76 degrees Celsius in Antarctica, and plus 38 degrees Celsius in Vietnam. So wow, that is quite a swing. That's over 100 degrees Celsius in a swing. That's a big difference from one place to another. And looks like it's a tie. If that is what Sue said. Way to go, Sue. That's awesome. And thanks for finding that wonderful temperature. Let's get us back over and take a look at, well, I'll wrap it up is what we're going to do. So there is our wonderful Hawaiian, no, not Hawaiian, Icelandic Siggy Fisher. There we go. How about that? That'll work. Anyway, I got a bunch of reading to do yet, to go through a bunch of stuff for the proposal there for the work, and hopefully I will get things going and get myself a decent job here. And you know, with the offer, it's always nice to be able to do that. And thank you everyone for being here. That is all awesome. You guys are good people no matter what. And I want to say a big thank you to, first off, our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, and we've got Gary 24/7 Live, Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. And also a big thank you to Oz and Grandma B and Scott Hartman. Oz and Scott threw in a membership each, and Grandma B threw in a $5 super chat. Thank you very kindly for those, and helps support the channel. And thanks, okay, Doc, thanks for the great stream today. You are certainly welcome, Sue. And good night, Doc, and everyone. We'll see all you lava lovers tomorrow. Excellent, Sue. You have a great night. And thanks, Mars. And time for me to wrap it up. So on the way out the door, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, for those good people who don't recall when we have the streams, we will put that on the screen real quick. You've got the stream times Monday through Fridays, and the weekends as well. So it is nice stuff to be able to get at things, and I'm happier today getting that a job offer, and hopefully we'll get that into play and get at a job soon. That'll be really good. On those friendly notes, though, time for me to wrap it up and make things happen. So take care, everyone. Be good, be kind, treat your neighbors well. Remember that there's always something wrong somewhere, and if you can help someone, even if it only takes a minute, or hold the door open or something for someone, any act of kindness is always welcome. And we'll leave it as that. And on those friendly notes, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and one thing left. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone. Take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Have a good night, and oink oink.